Alright. How about now? Seems to work. Alright. Alright. So we're doing Monogame. Or we're trying Monogame. I'm just following a YouTube tutorial by Athlete Entertainment. Setup and first sprite game dev tutorial part 1 C# Monogame. I have no clue if it's a good tutorial, but we're following it. So, get to it, I guess. Have a little blue window. Got a draw step, load content, initialize. And here it exits from any input. My disposable game in the Microsoft XNA framework. I wonder why they dumped it. I wonder why they got rid of XNA.
We're gonna do is we're gonna create some files just real fast. We're gonna need a content file. Oh, I'm sorry, we already have that one. Source file. Obviously, I don't do this very often. I only create usually a new game project every year or so. So cut me a little slack here. And then inside the
Can you not create folders here?
content, we're gonna have a 2D folder. Other folders that you might want, which we're not going to use for this, but we'll put them in for now, is like audio and fonts is another one that I oftentimes want. If I could spell, that'd be great. Okay, so those are all full. Inside source, we're going to have a file called engine. Now, later you can create a library out of what's in this folder. I'm not going to go into that on this simple tutorial. Maybe I'll go into that another day. And inside engine, we're going to have the engine's globals. Now, this is just the way I do things. You don't have to. I have 2 sets of globals in my games. One is game specific, and one is for just the stuff for the engine. So we have this. I will go through how to add link. I don't need it for this tutorial, but eventually we will want system link here. So I'm just going to go and add the reference. So you guys see how to do it. Right click here, add reference. You come down here.
Did you do?
Sets of globals in my games.
Yeah, it's a class.
One is game specific and one is for just
Yeah, so namespace there.
Just the stuff for the engine. So
Did you bring everything over from What did he do?
This, I will go through how to add link. I don't need it for this tutorial, but eventually we will through how to add link. Is one is game specific and one is for just the stuff for the engine. So we have this. I will go through how to add link. I don't need it for this tutorial, but eventually we will want system link here. So I'm just gonna go and add the reference.
Holy shit, he added like a million things here. With one button press. Must have some kind of snippet for this. There, I guess.
Reference. So you guys see how to do it. Right click here, add reference. You come down here and system dot xml dot link, and that's the one we're looking for. And look, it's literally the exact name. Is right here, and then we're gonna push OK, and now it has it there, and it won't complain at us anymore. Okay. Now inside globals, there's two things we need.
What did he do? What was it?
Anymore. So yeah, actually we will want system link here, so I'm just gonna go and add the reference so you guys see how to do it.
Reference. That's not something that exists here.
Do it, right click here, add reference.
No, I think things work differently now. I guess.
You come down here and system dot xml dot link, and that's the one we're looking for. And look, it's literally the exact name. Is right here, and then we're gonna push OK, and now it has it there, and it won't complain at us anymore. Okay. Now inside globals, there's two things we need for this tutorial. There is content and sprite batch. Yes, I copy pasted them. I try not to do that, but this is important. This is what loads in your images, and this one is what helps to draw them. And I put them in globals so I don't have to worry about where I have access to them. When you get everything nailed down really well, you'll almost never be calling those. But for the sake of this specific tutorial and how simple I'm trying to keep this, we're just going to make them global so we don't have to worry about, passing them into functions and dealing with that kind of thing. All right, so we have those. In main, we need to, you can actually see this one here. We won't need this one in a minute. But you'll have the sprite batch here. We're not going to use theirs. We're going to use ours.
Now, things are a little bit different, but
So globals.sprite batch. So now that is our sprite batch. And then there is the creating the content and putting it into the globals, that would be this line here. So essentially this is just our globals content that we just created over here, and then we set it to the content of this specific main file. So Monogame just has that normally loaded in, but it's only for this file, so you'd have to pass it around everywhere. In this case, we no longer have to do that. Okay. The next thing we need to do before we even get started is we need to open and close a sprite batch, because we can't draw anything without opening and closing a sprite batch. Here we will use this, and I never type this, so I don't have this memorized. I apologize. A couple of these early things are just things you never do after you set them once. And then we will have to close the sprite batch. If you don't, it gets mad and it breaks. So it's actually end. So sprite batch end. All of your stuff needs to be drawn in the middle here, so just give it some space. We'll get to that in a minute. So we have now set up our ability to draw. Let me quickly go through the different functions that come standard in Monogame. You have your constructor. I don't use this for hardly anything. You can if you want to, but it's not really where it wants it. Initialize would be to initialize any kind of settings or whatnot that you have. I use this for just a few things, like getting resolutions and stuff. Later on, you'll have load content. This is where I load a lot of things. Anything that's not loaded in like a load thread, I load here. And then I start the load thread at the end of this. And then unload content, this would be where you would basically get rid of things that you are no longer using. The great thing about C# and Monogame is that the garbage collector does a pretty good job about collecting this stuff and getting rid of it, but learning to trash collect for yourself is always a good idea. Update.
I don't have that one. That's still something? Unload any non-content manager content here. Okay, so this is really empty, but it is a thing.
This is where literally everything you update in your game, all of your game logic should update through the update function. And if it's not done in here, you're probably losing efficiency, and there's some issues. Like some people will update in their draw function, and then the next thing you know, they're catching lag that they shouldn't be catching because their draw function locked up. It's already going to be very busy making sure everything gets drawn. You don't want to update in here. These two things are supposed to run separately, and you don't want too much logic or any logic running in your draw thread if you can help it. And then you have your draw thread. This is literally what draws your game. Okay, so now the goal of this is just to get a dude or a sprite drawn to the screen. That will conclude this tutorial, because that will at least get us to a point where we can start thinking about what we want for the rest of our logic. All right, so we need to have something to draw, and I have, this is how you build a sprite for Monogame, and inside tutorials I have this little hero PNG.
Monogame pipeline tool. What the fuck is this, bro?
I'm not an artist. Here's his head. And I have, this is how you build a sprite for Monogame.
Oops. Where'd it go? There. Monogame pipeline tool. So cool, dude. Love that. The Visual Studio issue? Man, what am I... Come on, bro. Come on, bro. What am I supposed to do now, then? Let's see. Visual Studio. Install Visual Studio Community. Roll back to previous version. No, I don't want to roll back to the previous version. I want to roll back to a previous version. You fucker. Oh, you son of a bitch. Okay. Visual Studio 16.5. Right. Hey, why is it open? What's going on? I'm very confused. Was it like that because it was open? You shut the fuck up. I don't understand how a chassis can make this much sound. It's absolutely out of this world. Okay, so it gives you the error, but it opens. Catastrophic error. Let's see here. It says you can roll back to 17.6 and it should fix it. And we can roll back to 17.6. Alright, let's do that. Let's see how many years this takes. This tea sucks. Really awful. I think it's lost its flavor. Come on. All this just to fix an error that is not actually an issue. But hey, whatever. Put on some jams instead. Dude, who made the StarCraft soundtrack? Derek Duke? So this guy does make music for WoW too, which is kind of weird. Doesn't make a lot though. Len Stafford, Jason Hayes. Okay, so it's hard to say who made the music for what. Blizzard's like sound direction was really good back in the day, but the second World of Warcraft hit, it just nosed. World of Warcraft soundtrack is so bad. It's one of the worst game soundtracks ever. It is so bad. It's so boring. Like if you play World of Warcraft with the music on, you will fall asleep. It's just so bad. It's more like an ambience track than anything else. But it's in the era. It was in the era of no combat track, which it was. The introduction of a combat track was like insane for MMOs. Playing Final Fantasy is so much more enjoyable than WoW just because it has a combat track. There are mods to add combat tracks to WoW, but they work very poorly. But it makes the game like 10 times more enjoyable. You can hear the Warcraft there. In that part of it. That's Warcraft 2. Wait, is this the Warcraft 2 song? Is he using the same leitmotif? I think so. Interesting. Okay. Now we have that. Let's see how much that breaks. Oh, there it is. Okay, now it doesn't work. It deleted everything I had installed. Luckily, it was just Rust stuff, I think, that I don't use anymore, because I gave up on Rust, I think. How about now? And then we never update again. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna pass out.
For Monogame. And inside tutorials, I have this little hero PNG. And he's this ugly little dude, and you can tell that I'm not an artist. Here's his head. Like, he got like a red shirt, and then he's got his two arms.
My hydraulic shaders. What the fuck is that? Shaders. Source images.
Site tutorials. I have this.
Tutorials. It has a hero.png. We can also add a hero.png. Type. Effect. Localized sprite font. Sprite effect. Sprite font description. XML content. Listing item. Okay. Need to copy something again. There, now we have a file in there. Or should. This doesn't work. Why doesn't he show me how to do it?
This little hero PNG, and he's this ugly little dude, and you can tell
Or
that I'm not an artist. Here's his head. Like, he got like a red shirt, and then he's got his two arms. That's about the artistic capability I have. I always have to have an artist to make something if I'm going to do a good job with it. But that is the sprite that we're loading in. When I
okay, it just does it
it's
automatically.
here, and when it builds to here. That's the program I was just showing you there. And in the bin tutorials, let me just show this so you can see it, because it's a little weird for some people. Same structure, same structure. Inside tutorials, you have this XMB file. This XMB file, you dump it in here. You click on it. You must
What? What?
do this part XMB file structure.
This is
Same
so weird.
structure.
S build. Fuck is this? Is this in like app data now or something? I don't know how old this tutorial is. 5 years old. Yeah, that's a long time. Mm.
Inside tutorials, you have this XMB file. This XMB file, you dump it in here. You click on it. You must do this part. If you don't, it will not load in properly. Content.
Fuck. Okay, there it is. Holy shit. Properties. Content. Copy if newer.
Copy if newer. You can see all these different choices. It's content. Copy if newer. All of your files that are built for Monogame have to be content copy if newer. If not, you essentially, it just doesn't work. Audio included, fonts included, everything has to be done that way. All right, so it's in there. Actually, I'll leave that open so you can see it. Inside here, we're going to create a world file. This will be where we run our active game logic, not menus, but our active game logic. So we'll call it world. Then I mentioned that I always just kind of use the same region. Notice the region says include, so you can shrink it down. This is my style. You don't have to do it this way. This is how I do it. World's going to be public. Global should also be public. I don't know why I didn't do that. For the sake of these tutorials, and I know I'm going to get some flack about this, I'm going to make everything public so I don't have to worry about it. All right, so our world file is essentially a constructor. So public world. There's our empty constructor. We need public. I'm going to call it virtual void update, but you could just call it public void update, but there's a chance we'll be overloading this in the future. So we're gonna leave it that way, and then we're also gonna do public virtual void draw. If you're not sure if you're going to overload something, sometimes it's just best to put virtual in. The cost of it is minimal for your build times, and it leads to not having to go back and backtrack more often. Okay, so this is our empty world file. We need to create ourselves a little engine file for drawing a sprite to the screen, and then we'll put it in here. So now let's track into here. We'll say inside of our engine, we have our globals, which is cool, but we need to add a new item. And then I typically call my most basic object basic 2D. Why? Just because I do. You can call it whatever you want. If it makes you feel better to have it called something else, go right ahead. But it's the most basic thing I draw on the screen, and it's 2D, so basic 2D it is. I just remove all these for now for the sake of this tutorial. What these do, just so you guys know, is they're essentially namespaces, and if you wanted to have, let's say, this namespace usable in, let's say, world, then we would need to add that namespace in here. Speaking of which, I need to get rid of that one. If they're the same namespace, so like right now it's just top-down shooter, and this one is now just top-down shooter, you don't need to add it in here. It does help to stay organized if you use more namespaces, but you don't have to. All right, basic 2D, definitely public, because we're going to use it all over the place. And then we need constructor. We need we are going to overload this. 100% chance that this is going to get overloaded. So we're going to do public virtual void update. Later we will pass stuff in here, but for now I'm going to keep it simple. And we're going to do a void draw. Now hopefully you've already noticed a pattern. This is the basic structure of a monogame object that gets drawn. You're going to want to have it be able to be updated. I mean, just about everything in a game needs to be able to be updated. You need to be able to be drawn, and you need a basic 2D. And I'll show this all go in just a second. Notice in World, we did the exact same thing. This is our basic format. You can add other basic pieces later, but this is the very simplest format. All right, so for basic 2D, we are going to use just 3 variables to get this to work. Again, using publics. Vector 2. Vector 2 is basically like an XY coordinate. It's 2 pieces of float information. You can use that for anything you want. In this case, we're going to be using it for position and dimensions, denoted by position and dems. And then we need a public texture 2D. And then for whatever reason, I've always called this my model. You don't got to, but that's what I've always called it. To get the path for our model, it's just going to be a string, and then path. I denote things coming in from the function variables as all capitals. I've gotten the habit of that for a very long time, and I'm not going to change it. Other people have their own ways of doing that kind of stuff, but this is how I do it to keep track of it, and it has worked very well for me. So in here, we're gonna set them equal because we need them. There we go. And then in here is the only one that's a little odd. So my model equals globals. Remember, we set our content to that, and then it's dot load. Then what it is, it's a texture 2D. And then we need the path. So there's our path. So this now will load in whatever we pass in there. In this case, it'll be 2D hero later, but we'll get to that in a second. And then the draw. Now this is slightly more complicated, and I use this all of never, so I am going to copy paste it. Very simple here is that it makes sure that my model is set. It's not null.
Okay. What is it bitching about? So, we need to type this out. This is like the first use case where my 4:3 monitors aren't ideal because the tutorial is like this big. How's that? Been there? Where? Monogame? Am I liking Monogame? I have no clue, bro. I just started. I'm just following some tutorial here. I can't really say. On the surface, it looks fine, right?
And then it goes in and uses the global sprite batch. Remember, we created the globals. And it has a built-in function called draw. It takes in your texture 2D.
Oh, come on, dude. The string, it's too long.
It has a built-in...
Show me the whole thing there. Okay. New sprite effects. Dot 0. Looking well. Did you start lifting or something? I feel terrible, but no. New sprite effect. That's something we don't have, I guess. No, I've been on a carnivore diet for a year now, and I lost about 25 pounds, or not pounds, 25 kilos or something. So yeah, there's that.
function called draw. It takes in your texture 2D. It takes in a rectangle of the size of your object. So we are saying we want it to display at the position that we have it at, and then its sides, height, and width are your dimensions.
I already don't eat enough veg. The amount of vegetables you need to eat is
so this allows
0.
you to only use a piece of your picture if you chose to. I have this filled in other overloaded draw functions. Otherwise, okay, so color. So if we were to put anything other than white, it would tint our picture. So let's say, because I have gray on the dude, and then I make the tint yellow, that's going to be a yellowy gray on the gray parts. This is rotation. Right now we're not going to rotate. Later we'll create a variable for it and we'll put it in. And then what this does right here is inside model, it has bounds. Bounds is the literal pixel size of it. Dimensions is whatever we chose to use. But this is the literal pixel size, so we're going to take that divided by 2 and this divided and the height divided by 2. Now we're drawing from the middle. That might sound odd to you that we're drawing from the middle of the image rather than the top left, but for a lot of things like rotating a guy, it's actually super helpful. This is essentially basic sprite effects. I can't even click properly. This is actually super inefficient. You would create this in your constructor and just pass it in, so you're not creating it every frame. But again, for now, we're not going to worry about it. And then lastly, we have layer depth.
This doesn't do anything.
I actually do this separately. I try to rely on Monogame the least possible, but if you wanted to, you could use layer depth to layer on images. Again, I do that separately because I actually need it separately for the way I do things as things get more complicated. Now, let's see. We have our basic 2D, and since our goal is to draw one to the screen, we're going to add one here. So we have our basic 2D.
There we go. I missed an S. And then in world,
I'm gonna call him hero because why not? And then hero equals new basic 2D, and then new vector 2. And then I think I'm just gonna try to draw him at 300, 300. I'm sure that'll be on the screen, and since we haven't adjusted the screen, I'm not exactly sure. And then dimensions wise, we are gonna do what, say
yo, what the fuck? Don't show this crap. Where did that come from? Oh, it's because I don't have this. Fair enough, fair enough.
48 by 48. That sounds good to me. And then here is our
It's not gonna be
string
correct at all.
as our path, right? So it's 2D hero. So again, 2D hero, not magic. It's not complicated, but for some reason it does confuse people a little bit. So I wanted to make sure I covered that. And then in here,
Two
we're gonna
slashes?
say
What does that mean?
hero dot update, and that's empty, so it doesn't do anything, but it will do stuff later. Hero dot draw, and then we're drawing it. Don't forget your semicolon because that'd be dumb. Now that's all fine and good, but world isn't updated or drawn anywhere. So inside main, we're gonna come in here to update, and we're gonna say, ooh, you know, we haven't even created world yet. I come up here, say world.
Oh, I didn't rename this to main like you did. Main utility of most sites. That is not the main utility of a carnivore diet.
World, and then in load content.
Did he do? World.
World, and then in load content, we're gonna say world equals new world. Cool. Now we're gonna come into update and say world dot
Update. Do you eat fiber and stuff? No. Why would I do that?
update. And again, that doesn't do anything at this point, but it definitely is important. And then we have world
That would wreck me? No, it wouldn't.
dot draw. Now, provided I don't forget anything, which
Draw. Where is he now? World.draw.
often I do, this should work. So we're gonna load this up. Let's see it. There's our guy. And you can't see the mouse because you actually have to.
No, it would. No, it wouldn't. No, what the fuck just happened? There were build errors. End region directive. Okay. Draw. 7 arguments. What did I miss? think we forgot a position. Fuck. What is missing? Color, float rotation, origin, scale. That it? I mean, yeah, you do need to make level editors and stuff, or use some outside tools. That is the problem. There's no reason why you wouldn't be able to use tiled. Not that I would.
Let's think world equals say world isn't for update and if it's and then as things
What
get more
the
complicated.
fuck, dude? Okay, here, he has something here. Null. That doesn't even make sense. Okay, now it works? Put a vector there before and it didn't want to work. Okay, how about now? The content file was not found. This is supposed to be there. That it? Five-year-old tutorial, by the way. Pin. It has to be in debug mode. Unhandled exception. Fuck. Skipping. Fuck. Did you abandon Rust plus Vulkan? Probably, yeah. Maybe later, but Monogame in C# is so much closer to the code base we already have, it makes no real sense to move to another language. C# isn't that bad. Are you thinking of making a legit switch because of the Unity situation? Yes. Oh, it's a double because it needs a line break there, or it needs an escape thing. Oh, hold on. Got to name it the right thing. Okay, now it runs at least. Not seeing anything.
Um, now let's see, we have our basic 2D, and since our goal is to draw one to the screen, we're going to add one here. So we have our basic 2D. I'm going to call him hero because why not? And then hero equals new basic 2D, and then new vector 2. And then I think I'm just going to try to draw him at 300, 300. I'm sure that'll be on the screen, and since we haven't adjusted the screen, I'm not exactly sure. And then dimensions wise,
I don't know if he actually got anything on the screen either, so.
what? It's 2D hero. But, and then I was doing, that's all inside main, but world, we're going to say, now we're going to come in world equals new world. Cool. Now we're going to come into update and say world dot update. And again, that doesn't do anything at this point, but it definitely is important. And then we have
Have there been any updates? Yeah, they updated it. They've walked it back quite heavily. But they're still sticking to runtime fees, though it's optional now.
world dot
Runtime fees are still stupid.
provided I don't forget anything, which often I do. This should work. So we're gonna load this up. Let's
Like
see.
the current model is fine, right? But the fact that they even have runtime counts there it's still so weird.
There's our guy. And you can't see the mouse because you actually have to draw the mouse in the program. But there's our little dude. We have him on the screen.
He's got a little dude. Where's my little dude? We're also hugely in debt. Yeah. I don't think it's gonna go well for Unity. It's an extremely bloated company. They have more than twice as many employees as they should have for like no reason. And yeah, it is a public company, which is bad. Like it's not just bad; it is horrendous. Yeah, I didn't either. I didn't know they were losing that much money, but they did acquire companies, but they had no reason to acquire the companies that they have acquired other than to get like people in code base for this runtime thing. So they made a bunch of acquisitions that put them back millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, and then the reason they did it just got like completely thrown in their face because it was retarded. So yeah.
Screen at 300, and that will conclude the tutorial of how to get a guy on the screen. In the future, I'd like these tutorials to be shorter. I'm sorry this one's running a little bit longer, but nonetheless, I wanted to get
Where's
this
my
started,
dude?
and I wanted to get you guys
Where's my dude?
thinking about how to create a game. I
Where's
will
my dude?
be incrementally adding to this tutorial, specifically this tutorial, over the next while. And by the end of it, we'll have at the
I
very
don't
least,
have
a
a dude.
rudimentary top-down shooter in him. Depending on how far I end up getting with this little side project, will depend on how great it becomes. But we'll do this, and then next time we'll get him moving around with the arrow keys and or ASDW kind of things. And yeah, thank you for tuning in. I hope this helped.
Thoughts on Unreal?
If you guys need a tutorial on how to get Monogame set up or how to download and
I think
install
Unreal
Visual
is pretty
Studios,
good,
please let me know.
more or less, for what
In
it does.
general, there's like a million tutorials on how to get Visual Studio set up.
I just
and
think it
there's quite a
is
few on how to get
hyper
Monogame set up,
specialized.
but if those are needed, I'll be happy to oblige. Anyway,
Being an indie
first
dev in
remainder,
Unreal is like
have a great day. Talk to y'all later.
using a sledgehammer to hammer in a nail in your wall.
Hello, everyone.
Like the strengths of Unreal is using their built-in shaders and stuff, and their rendering models and functions. If you're not gonna do that, then I don't really know how Unreal is otherwise. So maybe it's fine to just build your own architecture on top of it, but build your own engine on top of it. With like none of their stuff. But I don't know. I don't use C++ either, so. Not having a text-based scripting system, but they do have that. Don't they? Or do you mean that you have to... But you can't code at all? Can you only use blueprints? I mean, yeah, they have C++, so are we... Is there a difference between scripting and coding in this case? Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, so, but that's what I mean, like, if you're fine with C++, then it's probably fine, right? But... I don't think you should be using it with blueprints. A bunch of stuff you can't do in C++. Okay. Yeah, using blueprints is like the weirdest thing. It's like, I feel like you're just using Game Maker. That's why I feel like Unreal is kind of a trap for people, because they look at it and they're like, oh, I can do visual coding. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, you can put models into the game and they can run around. I guess. That's... If you think you can make a game out of that, I mean, sure, maybe. But, good luck. Game Maker does have a scripting language, yeah. It's their own C++ thing? Okay, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to sort of like use it more and see, but it sounds like a nightmare to me, at least. Why can't I get my thing on the screen?
I just wanted to start off by
Did I miss?
people.
Oh, why doesn't it work? Should I use a tutorial that is slightly less old? That one is 3 years old. Monogame tutorial.
Hello, when this
6 years ago. Holy shit, bro. Learn Monogame. On Monogame. Monogame. 3 years ago. I'll be honest, I don't really like the engines that much.
Welcome to my first Monogame project. This is a video that I've been waiting to do for a long time, and I can finally get it started. So first, I have got to check to see if I have Monogame installed, which I've already checked, honestly, and I'm pretty sure I don't.
I feel like one of the only strengths that they come with is that they have a built-in level editor, if you really want that.
Type Monogame in it.
I think you're gonna see people move from Unity anyway. And the reason is simple. if you have a multi-million or more dollar corporation and your product is built on Unity, and Unity is all of a sudden starting to do all these bullshit things, right? And we're already seeing this. Hello, OCAB. We're already seeing this with at least I saw some posts about it. But MiHoYo, the developers of Genshin Impact, for example, put up postings for like 30 plus non-Unity programmers and developers. What you're going to see is all these companies that have a huge product are going to start developing and researching, sidestepping Unity, because Unity is starting to become unstable grounds. And I think because they're already doing this, they're going to go through with it. Because they're already spending, like investing money and time and effort into developing like a standalone thing. Because they don't know what's going to happen. And maybe they have shareholders as well that are also in panic mode. So they like have no choice. So and the second Unity starts losing big players like Blizzard or MiHoYo, they're gonna start losing a large chunk of their money, which means that the company is just gonna tank more. Like, how hard do you think it is to port Hearthstone to Monogame? That's not gonna take long at all. Yeah, Hearthstone is the Unity title. So yeah, like there's a lot of benefits importing and remaking shit at the moment too. Stupid card game. I could port this in a week. Yeah, you could make Hearthstone in a week as well. Like, making card games is so ridiculously simple. It's all marketing and actually just getting players and stuff. Got a printer? Give me a day? Wait, a day for what? Are you gonna make cards? You're gonna port Hearthstone to physical. It's literally like the era of remakes at the moment. Yeah. Well, I do have an opinion on the remake stuff. It's twofold. First of all, it's because companies are creatively bankrupt. Because, and I drone on about this a lot, but the longer a company exists, the less it is a creative company. So all of these old school game developer companies are all now just for-profit companies. Like, yeah, all companies are for-profit, but there's a spectrum there, and they're all like on the far end of only for-profit now. And because of that, yeah, they're just doing safe things. They're just releasing their old hits. But there is a second factor, and it's that graphics and stuff have more or less plateaued. Like, The second we start having the next generation of graphics this time, it's gonna be so high-end that any game that's made in 3D with like actually good models and textures, they're never gonna become outdated. Not like PS3 games. PS3 games look like dog shit. So if they port or if they remake those games now, they have potentially an endless or a timeless classic that they can sell for all time, because the market is unsaturatable. Like, you can saturate it for a time, but in reality the market is infinite, because we're always having babies and people are growing up and playing games for the first time every single day. So every single day there's a new audience base, right? So if you can just remake all of your old titles that were smash hits in this era, then you'll just have infinite potential revenue, like for the rest of history. So there is that factor as well. It's not just that they're creatively bankrupt, which they are, because they've all been replaced by the HR department. And that's also very important for indies now as well, because pixel art games are also timeless. So if you just make pixel art games now and release them, then you've got income forever, unless your game is just not good. Like, the only thing you might have to do is maintain them to work on new operating systems, really. But nowadays, it's like, if you build it on something like Monogame that is open source and community driven, odds are it's just going to continue being maintained, because there are so many people who are, relying on it. And the second it starts, all it takes is like one guy to fork it and update it for Windows 16, more or less, unless the architecture changes so dramatically that it just doesn't work. Anyway, why doesn't my sprite draw? There were build errors? It's supposed to be there. Does this also need to be content? Is Monogame actually maintained well? I have no idea. Seems fine. Yeah, that's what I see people complain about Monogame, documentation. But I don't know. We'll see, I guess. I just wanted to follow a tutorial and just code along and see how it works. But this one is too old. Let's do the dinosaur one instead. This doesn't work. The dinosaur one is much
Hello,
newer.
welcome to this tutorial.
No, that's not the dinosaur one. This is the dinosaur one.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to my...
Alright.
Know what I'm talking about.
Dinosaur.
.NET Core SDK, creating a quick concept and planning. I actually installed a UML tool called Nclass, which is really handy and I use it a lot. It's a really neat
Fuck is UML?
open source tool, which you can even enhance with your own
I was
plugins
messing with the
and
Raylib as of late.
It's not perfect. For example, it doesn't have an undo redo.
I'm trying to port my
functionality.
project over. Or I'm redoing research to port my Unity project over, and it's a ray marching renderer that I've made in HLSL.
Crucial, but It's not that big a deal.
I don't know
because
anything about Rayleigh blood.
all you can do here is
I just made it
create,
myself, I
your
guess.
class diagrams, and if you make a mistake, it's really easy to just Visual Studio is let's if in Visual we're going to start out with a blank solution.
A blank solution. Okay. Let's trash that. Visual Studio. No, I don't want to shut off my computer. Visual Studio. How did it? I pressed V. How do you turn it off? How do you turn off the computer with V? Oh no, did the chat break again? Oh, come on, bro. Oh no, it's back, thank God. Last time I had to restart OBS. Blank. Hum. Monogame. Dinosaur. Dinosaur.
Which is just a
Alright.
solution with nothing in it. And I'm going to call it T-Rex game. Yeah, that's fine. T-Rex game. Create. And now I have a completely blank solution here, which with nothing in it. And then I can simply open up the package manager console here, down here. If it's not down here for you, you can simply open it up with, whoops, yeah, took a while. Going to, I think, view, and then, well, actually, it's, I think it's tools. Yeah, you go to tools, NuGet package manager, and then package manager console, and it will open up.
Tools. NuGet package manager. Console.
A little window that looks like this. And down here you can put console commands to do the same thing, to actually create project templates and add them to your solution. And
Why? I could have just clicked it, bro.
Commands for that I actually put here in an editor file. So you put in
Okay. .NET new install a monogame .templates.c#.
.NET new install monogame templates C#, which will actually install C# monogame project.
C# is so nice. Like, I see people talk about Python and stuff being like easy, you just write and things work. But to me, that's C# without losing too much. Because from my experience, anytime I see any kind of language that's too simple, they have simplified out too much. Like, no brackets. Like, you just use indentation for, brackets and stuff like that. It's just, they've just gone too far. I think C# is the sweet spot.
Project templates. And then hit enter.
And then we type .NET new MG Windows DXO dinosaur.
And I already installed them once, so it's probably going to recreate them. And now it shows me all of the project templates that are available, and among them I can find all of these Monogame templates. And now I can simply add a new project to my solution that uses one of.
Maybe someday I'll try C++, but it's just too much effort right now. I guess I'll decide later, because I guess it's like between learning Rust and learning C++. But I guess it kind of depends on like where Rust goes. If it's just gonna die off, more or less. Or like if people adopt it or not.
Of these templates.
Right now it seems a little bit up in the air whether it's worth it or not.
Yeah. Okay, so now it actually says the template was created successfully, which is exactly what we want, but still it is not included in the solution. Right click, open folder in File Explorer.
And it has a completely different way of programming, which is
actual project with all of the
a little bit special.
You need, and you will have to include it in the solution. You can do that by right-clicking and then go to Add Existing Project, and then open your T-Rex game solution, and there.
This looks like it was way more work than just clicking the button. Can you put condition and operation on the same line in Python? I don't know. I haven't really used it much. I haven't been programming that much outside of Unity, so I don't really know. I'm pretty much just a Unity developer.
There's the
This is really my first time branching out.
And in there, you have this .csproj file, which you can just add.
Why did we do all of this? Why did we do it this way?
And this should actually be ready to be built and run. Let's try to run this.
It does. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But it does seem like the way to go. But you never know, right? What kind of like tiny snags you run into. Like with my shader, I already had some issues because I have so many nested for loops in my rendering shader that they run into like really unexpected glitches that just kind of happens. And it's like those kind of small things that like you don't know if that's just gonna break the entire thing or not. So I'm gonna have to figure out if what I have actually like works. A Monogame uses HLSL, but I don't know. I think you can make it work with whatever, but I don't really know exactly. But like Monogame is just a framework, so it doesn't support compute shaders, which is an issue because my rendering is a compute shader. But since it's a framework, you can just go and grab another library, right? Or compute shaders and just use that. I think. Right? Switching branching for blending is usually better in shaders anyway. Oh, my shader has insane branching. I don't care how modular Monogame is. From what I understand, it's entirely modular. Like, it's supposed to just be a framework, right? Like, it's...
Whoops. Open up a little game window
It should be fine.
Background, that does absolutely.
There's even a branch that allows for that adds compute shaders to the newest version. So even if I can't add frameworks, there is a branch to work with right now.
But it shows us that it actually worked.
Okay, does Dinosaur run? It runs.
We now have a game project that we can run. But the only thing we can do is minimize it or close it, or press, I think, escape. Yeah, to close it up, because it's in the logic here. It actually checks if you pressed either back on a controller or the escape key, and then exits the game. So yeah, now we have our game project here in our solution, and we can get started.
Yeah, hi, it's me from the future. As you may have noticed, in this particular video, the quality wasn't quite all right. And because of that, the text may have been a little...
No, I didn't notice. It's fine, dude. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I really hope that everything is big enough to read for you. I can even...
Branching is really slow on GPUs. People say that, but nowadays it's not that big of a deal. They're a lot better at handling it now. Like, I don't know the details, but it's not the same situation as it was like 10 years ago when it comes to branching at all. I mean, you should still optimize for it, but you don't really have to worry about it that much now. I've been told by multiple people who are graphics engineers. So
bit. Yeah, but
I don't
think
know.
it should be good, right? It just... okay. I mean, I already zoomed in 25% overall, so I think this should be okay. We now have a starting point for our code. We have an actual game that we can run.
It'll blend. I don't know what that means, I'll be honest.
Doesn't
I don't know
much.
what that is.
In fact, it really does nothing. But yeah, we now have something to work with. So now let's see what we have to do. Let's go into N-Class and create a new project here. And I'm just going to call it T-Rex runner.
Fuck is N-Class, bro? Is this guy gonna do visual programming?
Add a new diagram here. And call it, I don't know, game. And let's see. First of all, when we go into the source code here, you can see that in the project...
Paths instead of branching for the same logic. I'm not sure I know what that means.
There's already a class called Game1, which is a subclass.
I mean, kind of, I guess.
A derived
Maybe.
class of the game class, which is an abstract class from the Monogame framework. And it provides all of the functionality for your game, an actual game loop, stuff like that.
My color equals my boolean. Oh, okay.
That. So
Yeah.
So our game our main class will be a subclass of this game class, but it will not be named Game1. That's weird. I'm actually going to go ahead and rename that to T-Rex Runner Game. There we go.
That's weird too, bro.
That's a more fitting name. So yeah, that should be good. Okay, so let's go into N-Class and see what we need. Obviously we have...
Is he legit
our
gonna make
T-Rex
diagrams for me?
Runner game class that we just created. T-Rex runner game.
I can't believe this is something
I think
people
I got
actually
a
do.
more appealing style here somewhere. We just go into the options real quick. Ba-ba-ba-ba.
They made me do this in university.
Options, style. No, I actually don't. Well, it doesn't really matter. So we have a class here named T-Rex runner game, which is derived, which inherits from the abstract class game from the Monogame framework. We're not going to further detail the game class. We just want to show that our T-Rex runner game is a subclass of that pre-existing class, like this. This is a generalization, so this means that our T-Rex runner game inherits from the game class. So it basically inherits all of its properties and methods. And we created is relation. So let's see what we need. First of all, let's look at the game. Let's refresh the page. Okay. Can I close this here? Okay, great.
Explain
So we have the game.
Object-oriented programming to me.
Let's analyze this.
He's gonna get in a fight if he tries to do that.
Well, first of all, we have a couple of objects here on the screen, right? We have a high score or a current score, a scoreboard, basically.
I hate visual programming because I feel like the only reason it exists is to explain what you're doing to your boss.
Ground floor thingy that moves along the screen while we run. Let me just go ahead. We have the clouds.
Raw.io.
We have cacti, or let's just refer to them as obstacles. We have this game over screen. So yeah, how can we generalize this? Well, first of all, obviously we have our game class, or T-Rex runner game class. And in our game, we will use these different objects, which do have some things in common. Let's, in our context, refer to all of these objects here as game entities.
I hope he doesn't jump between this and coding. All right, where's the coding?
Real quick. To render stuff to the screen. And actually you see in this stub here that was created for the game, it actually has a field of type SpriteBatch here. And it creates a new instance of SpriteBatch in the load content method, which is inherited from the game class, and it's overridden here.
I mean,
in the draw method here.
I mean, he is actually explaining what is happening. You know, like I don't think I don't think it's bad. It's just not what I want.
Include that in our draw method as well.
I just want to see some code
what you can do here in the draw
that I can follow along, so I can get
SpriteBatch
some basic idea of what the hell things are doing.
to actually draw stuff. So
And see, this is
draw
what I was afraid of.
class that takes a texture 2D object that I want to render to the
This is
screen.
why there's play
It
speed
actually
times
has a
2.
couple of overloads.
My brain is too slow for times
which
2.
basically, are all responsible for drawing stuff to the screen. And it's called SpriteBatch because actually, which will call the SpriteBatch begin method, where it, I think it isn't our. We just for the floor seems to put it up here in photo filter. This entire thing down here, which of this giant sprite.
Ooh. Oh. I just realized the worst thing. And that's that we're gonna have to manage sprite sheet stuff on our own. that's something that you don't realize how much Unity is actually doing when you use the sprite editor to create sprites that way. Oh, that's pretty special. I wonder if there are any tools for that. There's libs for that. Yeah, but I think you can. I think there are tools for that where you can create JSON files with UVs and stuff. That might be not that bad. I mean, it's like the most basic issue. There's no way there
The
aren't any
game
tools
either
for it.
spawns only the left half or only the right half. And which half is spawned is completely random. So sometimes it will spawn the right half of the sprite 3 times in a row, which will both methods would be perfectly fine. Yeah, let's for now keep this in mind. Updates. It will probably not have any drawing or rendering logic, but that's fine.
Alright. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we'll check the next video. This pack. Yeah, I think I've heard of that one. Hello, Robert.
There we go.
Did Discord get turned off?
Hope this doesn't
Oh, it turned
become
off
too
like
messy,
everything.
But let's see. There's also this day and
The
night
ding ding
system,
sound?
right?
The
And
what?
the clouds that move along the sky.
Oh. From this song. It's the song.
Stuff like
Okay, there we
that.
go.
There should be a class that handles that kind of stuff.
Oh no, not more diagrams,
there are
bro.
clouds
Can we
that
just
move
program?
here.
Please.
I think constant speed. I don't think they're affected by the player's current speed, but I could be wrong about that.
Oh no, this whole video is only.
Okay, so here we are in Visual Studio. I just added a
Yep, that's
noise
the tutorial.
suppression filter to my recording software. I think now it should be better with the background noise. The fan was slightly annoying, I think. I hope it wasn't too distracting. But yeah, let's start.
Oh, I forgot to turn this back on.
And let's take another look what we could start with. There's actually, I just realized that there's one very important class, another one that we need, but let's skip this in the concept for now. I will add it later. Let's actually start coding. And
code!
First of all, like I said, there was a class created with a template that derives or inherits from the game class from the Monogame framework. And then obviously here's our starting point of the application, which will just create an instance of this game class and then call its run method. So this is basically the starting point. Okay, so the first thing that we need to take care of is we need to load our assets so that we can use them. Normally you would have to really think about how you want to handle this, because it can be you really need to plan this out. I mean, if there's like
game assets, give it to me.
Hundreds of assets, hundreds of sound effects, hundreds of textures, then you should really think about how you should what strategy to use for loading them. Maybe only load the ones that you actually need
now,
for the current game level.
Now we need to figure out how to download things from GitHub. Not there. Not there. Not there. Not there. T-Rex game. We get all of the things here. Sorted Blender tutorial. Okay. Rick Martin? That guy doesn't sound Indian at all. See? Alright, T-Rex game. Master. Yeah, we have all the things there. Okay. We will need those after he tells us where to put it.
Maybe each object in the game should handle the assets to load by itself. stuff like that. But in our case, we're very lucky because there's only 4 assets that we need to load. So we really don't need to think about it too much. What I would suggest is we just, upon startup of the game, we just load all of them and store them in memory. Because, yeah, it's just one sprite
13 years ago, dude.
All the vertices are touching.
There's no need to...
Now we want to merge these, so we bring up...
To optimize that, we can just load all of the assets when the game starts.
I would like to try
And this
3D
is
sometime,
something
but
that we would do in the load content method, which is inherited from the game class. Here
Definitely
we
not now.
already added code for creating an instance of the sprite badge, and it added a little to-do comment here, which specifically says that you're supposed to load your content here, which is what we're going to do. And for that, we will need the content pipeline. And this is, like I said in the beginning of the tutorial, basically the only reason.
Just watch it for the relaxing fat guy
why
breathing
we
noises.
still have to install the Monogame framework using the installer.
I can't stand chick held for misogyny. Oh, Jesus Christ. Where'd it go? There. That's a good one. There you go, Robert. Put that on your wall.
Wizard. It's really just to get this content.
I don't think chick is the issue. Try just typing chick. Is it really chick that got caught? I mean, yeah. Yeah. You can't even say that you don't like girls now. Fuck.
Application, which we
Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god, the world is so retarded. Oh my god. My brain did not need this.
don't necessarily need, but it's highly recommended. Anyway, in order to import our assets now into our game, we need to do the following. In your template, in your project, there should be a folder named content. And that's where you're supposed to put all your content. You can put them anywhere else. You can set this up like as you want, but by default it should
Let's
be
do some
the content folder.
programming.
And the content folder actually contains the content pipeline application. If I open it up in the file explorer here, there is a content file in there, and if I start this up, it will start the pipeline tool. And this can be used to import and pre-process the assets for our game. And this is actually really simple.
Oh,
just
it's
start
okay,
that
though.
And then go to File or use one of the
So I think
icons
you
here,
spelled
that's
it wrong.
actually even simpler.
There's no E.
We can say Add Existing Item,
Well, maybe there is.
then navigate to our assets.
Okay, so hold on. Monogame. There's supposed to be an executable, I think. I don't know where the hell it is. Programming never makes anything easy. Do you like this monogame thing? I don't know yet. I've barely gotten past the tutorials. The first tutorial I used was too old. This guy only makes diagrams. Maybe soon we'll figure out how to do something. Where does this thing get put? Monogame tool. Monogame content builder. Where is it stored, bro? Where is it stored? It just doesn't say. They just don't say anything. What? Is it even called that? Like, it might be called MGCB editor. Should be on C. MGCB. Yeah, the ringing is back. Because it's supposed to have an executable, and I want to make it run when I double-click the file. Yes, not that it matters. Doing a file search. Hello, Chano. How's the not Monday workday going? Well, I'm just trying to figure out Monogame here. New. Okay, here it is. In c:\users username dot new get packages .NET mgcb editor Windows something something. Okay, so now we can finally go here and say always use where did it go? All right, if you no there we go. Use that. There. Okay, so now we've made an association. How's Monogame with cross-platform, by the way? It should work. Should be just fine. It work for Linux and Mac. I think they actually have console support. What's Monogame? Monogame is a framework for making games. Looking at it as a Unity replacement. Okay. So now back to the video. Where did the video go? Okay.
And add the sprite sheet here. And now it asks whether it should copy the file into the game directory or just add it as a link. We would actually want to copy it. So click add. So now, yeah, it's click add tree or and to our, we can say add existing item.
Add existing item. Erex game resources.
Then navigate to our assets and add the sprite sheet here.
Erex sprite sheet.
And now it asks whether it should copy the file into the game directory or just add it as a link. We would actually want to copy it. So click add. So now, yeah, it's in the content pipeline. Now let's create.
Hello Max, how's it going?
Do that for
I don't know yet.
Well,
we'll see.
Item.
I'm just watching tutorials and following.
Just simply select all of them. This. And yes, they should be copied. Yes, yes. And yeah, that's it. Now they're in the pipeline, and now the pipeline needs to actually build the files that our game will reference. That they're basically turned into binary files that can easily.
So we want hit, button press, score reached, open. Can you join Blizzard to fix Overwatch matchmaking? I cannot do that. Cannot do that.
Quickly be that built, and yeah, that's it. Be copied. Yes, yes. And yeah, that's it. Now they're in the pipeline, and now the pipeline needs to actually build the files that our game will reference. That they're basically turned into binary files that can easily and quickly be loaded. Basically, what it does is it uses a preprocessor to serialize those specific files into instances of a certain type used by the Monogame framework. You don't need to know the specifics behind this. It would be good if you did, because the content pipeline is actually quite powerful. You can create your own preprocessors and stuff. I usually do that when I
when I create my games. I usually, for all of my resources, not all of them, but some of them, I create a preprocessor that serializes them into a usable format and stuff like that. But you don't need to do that. It's basically optimization. All of the common file types are handled perfectly fine by default by this content pipeline. So now that I added all of them, I can just hit build. And all of these green check marks indicate that everything worked fine and it built 4 files. And now I need to save this. And I can close the pipeline tool. So now what it did, it created, first of all, it added the files here. But it also created binary files for them. So here you can see, for example, T-Rex sprite sheet.xnb, which is a binary formatted file that represents our sprite sheet, and our game can now work with these files. And in order to load these files, we just need to reference them by name. So let's store the names of these assets in some constants here in our game, so we can easily load them. So let's add a constant, a private constant of type string, and name, I don't know, asset name sprite sheet, and that would be T-Rex sprite sheet, and do the same thing for the sounds. And you need to specify the name without the file extension. And also it's not case sensitive. Score reached. There we go, and another one, and I would hit Control D to duplicate the line, and then I just
Oh, you can do that?
What's it called?
I didn't know you could do Control D. See, this is why doing tutorials now and then is actually not a bad thing, because you learn like small little things.
And there we go. And yeah, so now I have some constant values here that store
some weirdo is using
names of the assets, and I will use these constants. Whoops! I will use these constants to load the files. So let's actually here create a new field for each of them.
Or just new ways of doing things.
And sound effects are for sound effects, the Monogame framework actually includes a class named sound effect. It's in a different namespace, that's why it's not found by IntelliSense yet. But if I highlight it here and go to use IntelliSense, I can say using Microsoft XNA Framework Audio. And it will add it.
It auto adds it up there.
Right here, you can just add it manually by yourself. Yeah, and now it will recognize the type because I included the namespace. And I will call it SFX hit. Then do the same thing. Button press. And score reached. Now we could have a separate asset manager class or something that handles this, but since we only have 4 assets, it's so simple. We're just gonna have our game class handle it itself. Okay, and of course a texture 2D.
And from what I understand, you can actually just render to the screen here without a camera, which is perfect because, I mean, it doesn't really matter that much. but it just means that I can just render to the screen directly instead of having to have a quad with texture on it with a camera. So I can just skip the whole camera pipeline entirely.
Now
Sprite sheet texture.
declared fields where I can store these objects, but I need to actually load the assets.
At least
and
it
store them
seems
in
like it.
fields, and I can do that in the load content method. So for now, let's delete this comment here, and I can load assets using the content manager class from the Monogame framework, and actually our the game class has a property of type content manager here, and it's just called content, and I can use that to load the content. And the content manager has a property load where I can specify the type using a type parameter, and I want to load the sound effects. And now I need to specify the name, and the name will be what is stored in the constant. Button press, and of course this now then returns the sound effect that was loaded, and I want to store it in the field that I created. There we go. Duplicate it and do it for the other assets as well. Hit. Oops. This is a brand new laptop, and I kind of have to get used to the keyboard layout. It's a little larger than what I am used to. So this is why I keep screwing up. Okay. And the texture, of course, we also need to load that. Whoops. And specify the type. And there we go. This is all we need to do in order to load the assets from the content folder.
Nice.
What can we do next? We could prove that the texture is loaded properly by just rendering it on the screen in this draw method, for example. I could do something like sprite batch begin. Whoops. Sprite batch begin. It takes a couple optional parameters, but we don't need to.
Overwatch rank mode have no skill-based matchmaking. This is a big disaster. I mean, if you're expecting anything from Blizzard in the current year, then I don't know. I don't know what to say. Have you missed the last 15 years of Blizzard?
And yeah, there are a couple different overloads here for this method. I'm just gonna see what fits our need best. Let's pass here the sprite sheet texture and pass a position where it should be rendered. Let's just create a new vector. I don't know, 1010 should be fine as a position. And the color is actually, what by color they mean a tint color. And if you just pass white, it means no tint at all. So it will just be the original color.
Blizzard is a dead company. Oh, that's all we need.
Okay, there's something wrong here. Unable to cast object of type song. Oh, I didn't know that. Apparently, okay, yeah. We imported the MP3 files. By default, we imported them as a song instead of a sound effect. So I think we need to go back into our content pipeline by just clicking here again, right click, open folder, and open the pipeline again, then highlight the sound effect here, and I think down here you can select the processor, and here it says song, but I think you can instead just say sound effect and
It's a difference.
save, and do it for the other ones as well. Sound effect and sound effect. Now, this alone doesn't solve the problem. We now need to rebuild the content. So click rebuild, and it was successful, so we should be good.
Okay, let's do rebuild.
Fine, and try again, and now it should actually work. And there we go. So now it renders the sprite sheet. Looks great, and it actually already has a proper alpha channel. I actually thought that we would have to adjust that, but looks great. So yeah, looking good. Obviously this is not what we want to render to the screen, but this was just to show you how easy it actually is in the Monogame framework to yeah, render something to the screen. Now let's see. What do we need to do next? Okay, I just made a quick cut because I need to sort of plan what steps to do next, what would make the most sense. This is still unscripted and off the cuff and stuff. I know I keep repeating that, but yeah. If at some point I seem to be a little unorganized or lost, it's just because of that. I just really like to establish this as a series where we just create something off the cuff from scratch, just having some fun, you know, create something together, and yeah. So okay, so now we're able to draw something on the screen. Obviously, we don't want to draw this entire thing here. For example, we might want to only draw this little character here, this T-Rex character. Let's see. Let's take a look at the sprite sheet itself in this in photo filter here, or paint or paintnet or whatever you want to use. So this one here is actually just this little idle icon or idle sprite. I think we can completely disregard this one and work with only these ones here. And let's say I want to specifically draw this sprite. It's basically just a part of a large texture. And I want to tell Monogame that I don't want to draw the entire texture, I just want to draw this specific part. Well, we can do that. It's very simple. We can actually, in the draw method of the sprite batch, we can pass the coordinates of the part of the texture that we want to draw. And here in the photo filter, for example, it tells me the coordinates of my selection. Let's see. I think all of these are the same size, which would be handy. I hope they actually are. These ones apparently aren't, but I think all of the ones where the T-Rex is standing up, they're actually of the same size. So let's see.
This is very fun.
Yeah, should be good. So it says here the width is 44, and the height is 51, which is kind of a weird value.
This is why generally I like to just go for really short series,
down here,
but there were no short series for Monogame.
The coordinates, and it should tell somewhere. I think it's this one. It should be the coordinate x 848 and y 0.
But I'd still rather do this than.
Let's actually test this and go into Monogame.
Stuck with the documentation, which seems to be lacking.
Overloads. Let's see.
Even if there was good
Uh,
documentation, I'd rather just
haven't done this
do
in
this.
a while. Let's see which one of these overloads. Yeah, the destination. No, it's not the destination. It should be the source rectangle. There we go. This is the one we need. So here we can pass a source rectangle, which
But yeah.
defines
Maybe if it was a little bit more scripted,
within
instead of just random
texture
bullshit.
that makes up our sprite. Whoops. Ah, sorry about that. Okay. So here we need to pass an instance of rectangle, which is a type a struct from the Monogame framework. And it has a couple of different constructors. One of them is really simple. It just takes the x, y, width, and height, which is perfect. So x we said was 848. Y should be 0, the width should be 44, and the height should be 52. Something like this. So this should be fine. So now it should theoretically only draw the T-Rex sprite. Let's see if it works. Perfect. This is exactly what we want. It's just perfect. Okay, great. So now we need to now we know how to isolate a specific sprite from a sprite sheet, and this is actually what I was referring to when I said there's something still missing in our concept, in our diagram. Since we will need to do this quite often, and you really shouldn't repeat yourself when you're coding, let's generalize this. Let's actually encapsulate this in a class that is specifically responsible for rendering one specific portion of a sprite sheet. So let's go into our model here again.
Oh no, he's back to the graphs.
Create a new class.
No.
Call it sprite. Yeah, let's implement this right now, and then test it. Let's get started here. Let's actually create a folder here. Add new folder and call it, I don't know, graphics. And in this graphics folder, we will add a new class and call it sprite. There we go. We don't need to make it public, but we can. I will, just for no specific reason.
One day I will learn what internal means.
So now we have our sprite class, and let's implement it just the way that we just modeled it, that we just conceptualized it. It needs to have a texture, so let's do that.
This is how I always learn new things. I always tell people to do this.
And it will not recognize this type because it is in a different namespace within the Monogame framework, and we can use IntelliSense to fix that. There's also a texture 2D in SharpDX, which is in turn used by the Monogame framework. But we
Programmer God, yeah, that's me. Yeah, I know everything about programming.
So you have to use this using directive here, using Microsoft XNA framework graphics. And I know I explained this earlier in the beginning of the tutorial, but the reason why it says Microsoft XNA framework is very simple. Monogame is really just an open source implementation of Microsoft's XNA framework, which used to be a framework provided by Microsoft itself for game development, mostly for obviously Microsoft platforms like Windows and the Xbox, and but it was discontinued at some point. But since it was really powerful and just a really good framework, people decided to take matter into their own hands and continue the support of the framework with an open source implementation that is hosted on GitHub. It's really cool, and I really support this project. It's just awesome. So yeah, it's for historic reasons. It's still called the namespace. It's still called Microsoft XNA framework.
So it's basically for backwards compatibility. So just a little history lesson on the side. Okay, so we have a texture 2D property here, and now we need these integer properties x, y, width, and height. Let's implement them. And if you're wondering how I'm doing this so quickly, I use a code snippet, which is a default code snippet that is built in with Visual Studio. Just type prop and hit tab twice, and it will step out the public property. Yeah, this is fine. And obviously, when we create a sprite, all of these
See, another good thing to know
would not be in a valid state. So we need to have a constructor that initializes all of these values. And we can type it manually like this. Yeah, we can do it manually like this, or I could have just let me just cut this. We could have just highlighted all of these, right click, whoops, highlight all of these, right click, quick actions, generate constructor, and it does the exact same thing. I usually put my constructor beneath the property declarations.
Okay. See? More useful things.
Within the class, obviously. So yeah, you have a constructor to initialize a new instance of sprite. Obviously, we can't create a sprite without having set all of these values because
I knew
it
this.
doesn't make sense.
Whoa, look at this guy,
Yeah,
the true
this
programmer
is
god right there.
So now we need to add this draw method that takes a sprite batch. I'm not sure if it needs the game time. Not really. Yeah, this should be fine. And then all the sprite batch really does is call its draw method, and then here we pass the texture property, and oh yeah, we should also take the position as a parameter where it should where it should be rendered. Sorry. So add a parameter, an argument of type vector2, which is also in a different namespace, which is Microsoft XNA Framework. There we go, and call it position. And here, pass the position, and then create a new rectangle, and this rectangle will be composed of the properties that of our sprite class itself, like this. And yeah, let's actually make it possible to pass a tint color as well. So let's add a new property here of type color, which is also included in Monogame, and it obviously describes and encapsulates a color. Let's call it actually tint color, so it's a little less confusing. And initialize it to white. And then here pass the color. Sorry, the tint color. And that's it. So now we have a reusable sprite class that we can use to specifically draw a certain portion of a sprite sheet. So we can do this now. Here, instead of this, what we can do, hold on. here we could create a new sprite. Oops. And remember, we put it in a different namespace named graphics. So we need to reference this namespace with a using directive using tracks runner graphics. Create a new instance, and here we have to pass the values for initialization. Sprite sheet texture, and then here pass these values, coordinates, and that's fine. And then instead of this, we can simply say T-Rex sprite draw and pass the sprite batch and some position where we want to draw it. Let's go 2020. Something's wrong here. Oh, of course. There we go. And now it should do the exact same thing without us needing to repeat ourselves every time we want to draw a specific sprite. So now we have a class that takes care of that. So always try to
Dinosaur.
follow the dry principle. Dry is an acronym for don't repeat yourself. Try to make your code as reusable as possible. Okay, so now that that is taken care of, we can now continue. So let's maybe create a folder here called entities. And first thing we need is this iGame entity interface, right? Because it's basically implemented by nearly all of our classes, so it's very important. Okay, so let's go ahead, right click here on the entities folder, add new item, and then here
What is going on? Folder entities.
basically implemented by nearly all of our classes, so it's very important. Okay, so let's go ahead, right click here on the entities folder, add new item, and then here in this selection, select the interface, of course, and we're going to name it iGame entity. There we have our new interface type. I'm going to make it public, even though it really doesn't matter.
Hello, Yin Yang. How's it going?
Now, let's take a look in our class diagram here.
Oh, he's back to his diagrams.
Let's implement our interface exactly the same way as we specified here. It needs a property of type integer with a getter. Okay, so we need to add a property of type integer named draw order with a getter. And we need to add these two methods, update and draw. They both do not return anything. Now again, it will not find the game time type because it's in a different namespace.
Checking out alternate engines.
And
Yep.
you can just include the namespace here with a using directive using Microsoft XNA framework. There we go. You can manually add that as well. And same thing with the draw method, which will additionally take a sprite batch as an argument. There we go. And again, sprite batch is in a different namespace, so
We'll see. I think this is probably gonna be the way to go, but
okay, so this should be fine. And now we can implement this interface with our concrete entity types, entity classes. So yeah, obviously our T-Rex is one of them. So let's start with the T-Rex. So yeah, go to entities, add new item, class T-Rex. So now we have a new class named T-Rex. I'm going to make it public. You don't need to make it public. The default access modifier would be internal, which means it can only be, it's only visible and accessible within this assembly. But since we only have one assembly, it doesn't make a difference. But yeah, I'm just going
Okay,
to
Jonah.
anyway. Okay, so now our T-Rex class needs to implement this interface, and we can do it like this. And now the compiler will say,
yeah. The reason I watch YouTube tutorials is that the largest part of figuring out how to do things in game engines and game frameworks or in programming is to just kind of be introduced to where everything is, you know? Just like the basic groundwork for how to draw a sprite on the screen, or, you know, whatever. How to write if else or whatever. One in my pocket? Okay. Not dialing my chat. Because once you have like the basics, you have some idea where the buttons are. Not that there are many buttons here, but you know, we're still using buttons in Visual Studio. It's a lot easier to figure out things via the documentation
say, hey,
on your own.
you promised me it wouldn't, you promised me the class would implement this interface, but it actually doesn't. It doesn't have the properties and methods defined in the interface, or declared in the interface. So I can now either add these missing members myself, or I can have IntelliSense handle that by hovering over here and say implement interface, and it will create a stub for the missing members. Actually, the draw order we can implement as a simple auto property like this. Should be fine. The draw method, we will just have these both methods do nothing for now. Okay, so obviously the T-Rex needs to be passed, or needs to have a sprite to be rendered. So let's add a property, like we did here, of type sprite. Whoops. Again, it's in a different namespace. So add a using directive using T-Rex runout graphics, and now it recognizes the type, and now we're good. And yeah, this should be fine. Now let's look at the diagram again. So we need a sprite, we got that taken care of. It needs a position, we don't have that yet, so let's add it. Property. Again, I'm just going to type prop and press tab twice. Vector2, which is again a type from the Monogame framework. There we go. This is fine. Now it needs to have a state. We haven't defined the state type yet, the T-Rex state type. We would have to do that. So let's go ahead and do that. Whoops. Actually, let's put it here. Add new item, and you will see that enum or enumeration is not a template here. So we'll just say class, it doesn't matter, we're just going to lie, and call it T-Rex state. And instead of class, we want to make it say public enum. And then here, list all of the different states, idle, running, and what was the other one? Idle, running, jumping, and ducking, and possibly falling. And that's fine. And let's go back into our T-Rex class, and here add a property of type T-Rex state, and name it state. And the setter should be private so that it can only be set from within this class. So the state is maintained through the
He keeps typing private set. But you don't need to do that, right? Because it's private by just typing private.
appropriate methods, and not by the client of whoever uses the class setting the state directly. It doesn't make any sense, and it just puts the T-Rex in
Maybe
an
not.
inconsistent or invalid state. So yeah, let's take another look here. So we got the sprite taken care of, we got the position taken care of, and the state as well. Now we need an isAlive property. Now, if you, hold on, like I said, by typing prop, you can use the snippet for a public property with both a getter and a public getter and setter. But if you want the setter to be private, you can type prop G and then hit tab twice. There we go. And what else? Speed, of course, and it's going to be a float. Whoop. There we go. And yeah, what else? Okay, this is okay for now. We don't need to implement the jump, run, jump, duck, and whatever methods for now. But what we do need is a constructor, because if we did not define a constructor ourselves, then a default constructor will be added, which allows an instance to be created without setting any of these properties, and it doesn't really make sense because the T-Rex does definitely need a sprite. It doesn't work without a sprite. It definitely needs a position. So yeah, we need to initialize those. So let's add a constructor here. And pass the sprite to the constructor, as well as the, well, actually, we don't need to pass the sprite. We can just pass the texture and call it, I don't know, sprite texture, or no, call it sprite sheet. And then the position. And that should be it. And now we can use the constructor to initialize the object. And now we can just simply set the sprite using the sprite sheet and the coordinates that we know, which is x is 8,
848, y is 0, width is 44, and 52 would be the height. And hard coding these values here in the constructor is not very clever. We should probably store them in a constant, and we can do that by, well, just defining the constant manually ourselves. Private constant int T-Rex default sprite pos x, I don't know, 848, and then T-Rex default sprite pos y is 0, and so on and so forth. But we can also simply right click the value here, 44, select quick actions and refactorings, and then say introduce constant for 44, and it will automatically stub out a constant here, and we will say T-Rex default sprite width. And
Oh, Jesus Christ.
For the height, T-Rex default sprite height. So now we don't need to pass the specific sprite to the constructor. We can just simply pass the sprite sheet, and the constructor itself will take care of the rest. And obviously we need to set the position to whatever position was passed. And there we go. And actually we can already implement the draw method because it's really simple. For now, all it's going to do is actually draw the sprite by calling the draw method of the sprite and passing the sprite batch that was passed to this method. And then the position would be the position property of this T-Rex object. So just position. Or if you like to be explicit, I could say this position, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. So yeah. Okay. That should be it for now. So let's test this by going back into our T-Rex runner game class and remove all of this. And instead, for example, for now, let's go into the load content class and remove all
Deletes
of this.
all of this.
And instead, for example, for now, let's go into the load content method to test this. Actually, let's go up here and create a new field of type T-Rex. And obviously it's in a different namespace, which is called entities. So we need to reference this namespace with a using directive. There we go. Okay, so now we have a field of type T-Rex, and we can store an object of type T-Rex in that field, and we will initialize it and instantiate the T-Rex in the load content method for now, just for testing purposes, and say here T-Rex equals new T-Rex, and here we can pass the sprite sheet and a position. Again, we're going with 2020 for testing. There we go. And then in our draw method, we can then simply say T-Rex draw and pass the sprite batch and the game time. And I forgot the underscore again. There we go. And now we should get the exact same result. There we go. Perfect. But now it is handled in its own class, and we can further build on this class to define the behavior and properties of our T-Rex. Okay, looking good so far.
Yeah, hi, it's future me again. I realized that between cuts I had changed the clear color or the background color of the window. And in order for you to replicate this, just navigate to the draw method of the T-Rex runner game class. And then here in the clear method of the graphics device, just pass the color white instead of cornflower blue. All right, back to the video. Okay, so let's think about what we can do next. And actually, no, let's start up the game here. Okay. So yeah, we can render our T-Rex now, and obviously this is not the correct start position. Oh, and obviously the window is way too large, right? We want to basically emulate the exact game size of the actual game. So let me just let me check in the actual game what the size is. There.
Holy crap!
There we go. It's 600 by 150. So let's actually apply that to our game window. So go back here, go into the T-Rex runner game class, and first of all, let's define those values as a constant. And they can actually be public because it might be handy to know from the outside of the class what the intended window size is. And since it cannot be changed anyway, it doesn't break encapsulation. So 600 and 150. And now we need to actually set the size of the game window, excuse me. And we can do that in the initialize method, which is basically what is called first after the game is constructed. We actually have to go via the graphics device manager, and there's a reference to that in this instance of the game class, and the field's name is graphics, and we can use that to set the preferred back buffer height and width. So we will use this property, we'll use those properties to set the new size of the window. Width, and then we need to call the apply changes method so that it actually takes effect. So I think this should be it. Let's take a look.
Sweet.
Yeah, there we go. So it's now exactly the same size as the original game. Obviously, we need to render our T-Rex a little bit lower on the screen. So the coordinates go from 0, 0 up here to whatever is down here. So the coordinates start at the upper left corner, and then yeah, increase. If I increase the X value, it goes in this direction, and the Y value, if I increase it, it goes into that direction. So let's see and open up the original game again, and there it is. And start it up and run against the cactus if there ever spawns one. There we go. And let's see here. Obviously the T-Rex is yeah, doesn't spawn in the upper left corner. So let's see what its actual position should be. Roughly, let's make a screenshot of this, paste it into some image processing application, and then
figure it out, slave.
15. So the difference between the edge of the screen and the T-Rex character is 15 pixels. So obviously its positions should be 16 pixels from the bottom. So that would be 600 minus 16. There we go. Let's just say
oh no, that's the sprite. Where are we now? Here.
something like this. And the X position should be possibly 16 as well. No, actually, I think it's just 1. I think there's just 1 pixel between the edge of the game window and the actual T-Rex sprite. So let's say it's 1. And then when we instantiate our T-Rex here, we can then simply say T-Rex position as T-Rex start pos X, T-Rex start pos Y. There. Now, let's see. Nope. I must have miscalculated. Oh, right. Because the origin of the sprite is its upper left corner. So we need to also factor in the size of the sprite to determine the actual start position. So let's see. Oh, right, we actually pass the position here to the constructor, so we can do that. Like this. And we actually have to say here minus, what was the size again of the sprite? I think we have a constant for that, right, in our T-Rex? Yeah. But I think it's private. Yes, they're private. Now let's just make it really simple and just go ahead and go into the T-Rex class and make, whoops, that was not intended, and make these constant values public. That's all right. Wait. Yeah, so yeah, that should be all right. It doesn't break encapsulation since they're constants anyway. We cannot change them. So the start position minus the height of the sprite, like this, and then we should be good. Yeah, looks good.
Sweet.
So,
Stick.
Perfect. And now what I want to do, if we look into
Oh my god.
And let's refresh this. Let's actually close this in debug mode here. And if we don't press anything, I think it sometimes blinks. Ah, it just blinked. It actually just blinked. So yeah, it appears to be blinking when it's in this idle state. This is probably what's going on here. You can render this image, this sprite, to the screen in the background, and then render the actual T-Rex over it, so that the T-Rex is in the foreground and this image is in the background, and our T-Rex has an animation, a blinking animation. But since our T-Rex is rendered in front of this image, it will cover it completely. Not completely, but the actual shape of the T-Rex, and then you will be able to see the blinking animation. So I think this is what we can do. Let's do that. So let's go ahead and go into our game. It's actually still running. Let's stop it. And now let's let's create a new field of type sprite and call it, I don't know, idle T-Rex background sprite. And then initialize this field in our load content method. Give it a texture, and the texture is obviously the same here, the sprite sheet texture. The X and Y, I think we can go with the same dimensions. I think that's all right. Yeah, it would probably be all right. So we just need to know the coordinates. This is 40 pixels. And then after that, the target sprite starts, right? Yeah. It should be 40. So let's go with that. Let's go into the game and let's see here. Should we maybe actually make this part of the T-Rex class instead of the game? Yeah, I think we should do that. Let's remove this here. Remove the sprite here and go back into the T-Rex class, and then here instead create a new field of type sprite and call it idle background sprite. And then in the constructor we say idle background sprite is an equals new sprite, and then pass the sprite sheet here. And then let's see, let's add a new constant here, make it private first. T-Rex idle background sprite pos x equals 40, and then the y position is 0. There we go.
Don't be a dumbass. It only needs a different
And here pass
X.
those values to the constructor of the sprite. There we go.
Okay.
And the width and height are the same, so we can just pass those same values. T-Rex default sprite width and height. And there we go. And now when we draw the T-Rex, we will check if it is in idle state, because we have a state property here. And if that state is idle, we will first, before we draw the T-Rex itself, we will first draw the idle background sprite. At the same position actually as the T-Rex. So I think this is a little cleaner than doing it in the game class, because it shouldn't really be a responsibility of the game, but the actual T-Rex entity, I think. And let's see, we can actually, you don't have to use this keyword, but whatever, it's the same. Yeah, so actually in the constructor, let's make sure that it starts out in the idle state. So here in the constructor, set the state to idle. Actually, since idle, I think, is the first value in the enumeration, yes it is, it would be idle by default, but let's just explicitly set it to idle, so it's also more transparent to us as a developer. Yeah, let's go back into the game class. And I think, let me just start this up. It should now actually render the correct idle sprite. Yes, it does. Perfect. Yeah, now it looks exactly like the original game. And yeah, now what I actually wanted to do before I discovered this, before I was looking into when exactly the blinking animation plays, is yeah, what I wanted to do is actually implement those animations. We know that there are animations, obviously this blinking animation, but there's also other animations, for example the running animation, the running while ducking animation, and also there's the animation for this little pterodactyl kind of character, what we were referring to as the flying dino. It also has a flying animation, so we need to be able to need to be able to describe and implement those animations, and for that we will need a new class. So let's go back into our model here in our diagram, and let's see how we can implement this. Let's create a new class.
Oh no.
And call it.
Oh no, bro. Oh no, don't do it. Don't make more diagrams. Oh my god. He is German, by the way.
So we need two new. So let's, obviously we created a graphics namespace here and a graphics folder accordingly. That's actually quite fitting, so let's put it in there. Let's go to add class and say sprite animation frame first. Let's make it public, even though we don't really need to. And we need to have two properties. First of all, the sprite that should be rendered. We could make sure that this is not null, which actually would make sense, because since sprite is a reference type, someone could assign null here, which doesn't really make sense. Why would there not be a sprite within this animation frame? We don't really need to take that extra step, but we could do that. Let me just show you what I mean. So you can make sure that this is not null by, for example, providing a backing field here actually, and not use an auto property. Since this is an auto property, right? This actually what the compiler will do, it will actually automatically include a field, a backing field for this sprite, and then in the getter return that field, the value of that field, and in the setter set the field to the value that was passed to the setter. So we will do that now manually. Whoops. To be able to include some additional logic. Like this, and then here, let's actually format that differently here. In the getter, simply return the sprite. So this is a so hold on, let me just quickly finish this. This would be here it automatically says that this is redundant now, and we could use an auto property because the auto property would do the exact same thing. And this here is an expression body. It's just a short form of writing oops.
Okay, so that's what
This
the arrow means.
exact same thing. So we can
It's just a bracket encapsulation.
Let's actually put it like this, and then say here sprite equals value. So, but an auto property would do the exact same thing. So we just save ourselves the hassle of implementing this boilerplate code by using an auto property. But since we want to make sure that this sprite is not null, we can here in the setter say if value equals null, we would throw an argument null exception, and here pass the name of the argument, and then an exception message like the sprite cannot be null, something like this. So this way we could make sure that no one assigns a null to this sprite property, because it doesn't make sense. But you don't really need that extra layer of security, basically. Yeah, I just wanted to show you how you could achieve this. So yeah, let's go ahead and also include the timestamp property like this, and then obviously we don't need a setter. Then obviously we need to have a constructor, and I just typed ctor and double tapped, and it will automatically stub out the code for a constructor, for a default constructor. And now let's add the actual arguments and set them accordingly. Oops. Like this. So if here again, I'm using the property instead of the field for the assignment, because now if someone was to pass null, the setter of this property would be called, and here it checks if the value equals null, and then throws an exception if so. And yeah, then an exception would be raised if someone was to pass null to this constructor. And here you can see that there's no setter, and I'm still able to set the timestamp still, which at first glance may be weird, but what's actually happening is here is that the compiler, this is also an auto property, but it's a read-only auto property, and what the compiler will do is it will add a read-only field like this, and in the getter return the value of this field. Yeah, but you can abbreviate this by just simply using this auto property, this read-only auto property, and then you can only assign a value to this once, either here directly here or in the constructor. So yeah, after that, this value cannot be changed anymore. And now in this context, it makes sense, because then you would be able to change the timestamp afterwards, and it kind of would mess with the timeline of the animation, and we don't want that. So yeah, this should be fine. Let's create another class and name it sprite animation. Also make it public, even though it doesn't really matter. And then create a new field of type list, and as the type parameter pass the sprite animation frame and call this field frames. And in this case we can actually directly initialize the field here instead of in a constructor or something. That should be fine. And then we don't need a specific constructor. The default constructor will do, I think. And let's see. Yeah, let's take a look in our diagram. So we implemented this field now. We also need this isPlaying property and the playback progress property. So let's include them as well. Bool is playing, and we don't want to be able to set this value from outside of the class, so let's make this private. Excuse me. And then also implement the property playback progress, and also make the setter private. And again, these are auto properties. The compiler will automatically behind the scenes add appropriate fields for those properties, but we can save ourselves the time to write the boilerplate code. Okay. So let's take another look at the diagram. We need a method named addFrame. So let's actually implement that. Public void addFrame, and here take the sprite that should be included in the frame and the timestamp when the frame should be applied. And what we will do in this method is we will actually create a new instance of sprite animation frame, and let's just call it frame. Call the constructor that we created, pass the sprite here and the timestamp, and now we need to add this frame to our timeline, which is basically this frames list. So frames add frame. So now we added this frame to our list of frames. That's it. Yeah, it's really that simple. So now let's see, we need an update method as well, which takes the game time as an argument, and the game time class is in a different namespace from the Monogame framework, so that's why Visual Studio doesn't recognize it at first. So let's use IntelliSense to get rid of this error, and it will add a using directive here, including the namespace. So that's fine. Let's actually implement this later. Let's take another look. We need a play and stop method and get frame.
Ugh.
And
Holy shit.
yeah, let's do that now. First of all,
I hate learning things.
Play, and for now all the play method will do is set isPlaying to true, and then stop, which will obviously set isPlaying to false. For now, I'm not sure if this will actually, if there will be more logic here later. Let's see. And then we need a way to reference or to access the individual frames from outside. So let's implement this other method from our diagram, sprite animation frame, and it's called getFrame, and it takes an integer named index in this case, and it should return the the frame in the timeline with the given index starting at 0. So let's take another look here. So this would be indexed. So this would be the first frame, but its index is 0, like in any collection, like in an array. Then the second one would have the index 1, and so on and so forth. And in order to be able to, for example, access this specific frame, one would just call the getFrame method and pass 1 as the parameter, and the return value would be this frame. So let's do that. It's actually quite simple. First of all, we need to check if the index is within the correct range. So if someone was to, for example, pass -1, doesn't make sense. Or if they pass 47, but we actually only have 2 frames, that doesn't make sense either. So if index less than 0 or index greater than or equal to frames count, throw new argument out of range exception and pass the name of the pass the name of the argument, the parameter that raised, that is the cause of the exception here. So we can use the name of operator for that, which will actually return the name of the given identifier as a string. We could also just make it say index as a string literal, but then if we change this here, it would still say index. If we instead use the name of operator and pass the argument here, and we were now to rename this, obviously now it would also return I, so it's a little more clean to do it like this, but it's also not that big of a deal. So here let's pass a message that should be shown then, and it's something like a frame with index does not exist in this animation. Something like this. So if someone passes -1, this condition will be true and an exception will be thrown, and it will specify the name of the parameter that caused the exception, which is index, and then it will say, as an exception message, it will say a frame with index -1 does not exist in this animation. So then the developer who called this method knows exactly what went wrong. So, but if this condition is not met, then obviously everything is fine and we can return the correct frame. And let's say return frames index. And this is the index operator, the indexer, which I referred to earlier. And what we can do is actually also implement our own indexer, index operator, in this class to make it even easier to access the individual frames. And we can do that by like this. Hold on. Public sprite animation frame this. Like this. And what this enables us to do is do something like
if you were to, let's say we're somewhere else in the code, right? And we created a sprite animation like this. And then
I've done this before, but
add a couple of frames, and then we want to access a specific frame. We can go, for example, so this would then return the frame at index 1, and this works, or what does it say? Yeah. So this would call this indexer here, this index operator. It would what it actually does in the getter, it calls the getFrame method, which does the exact same thing as simply saying anim.getFrame1. So this is just for convenience. I'm not sure if we're going to need it. I just wanted to show you that this is possible. Okay. So now we have a way to access the individual frames, which may be handy.
Part
We may need
6
that.
out of
We have
24.
a possibility to start the animation. We have a possibility to stop the animation. But the animation itself doesn't really do anything.
It's not a bad
because it
tutorial
doesn't
though.
update
It's
measures,
just
there's
too
no
slow.
So let's see.
It should be half as long.
How we can actually implement this. So first of all, what we need to do in the stop method, obviously, when we stop the animation, we need to set the playback progress back to 0. Like this.
Yeah, but then I want to pause.
Yeah. And let me think.
It's just thinking.
Okay. So in the update method, first of all, what we need to do is check if the animation is playing, and if so, we need to increase the playback progress. So let's here check if is playing. We need to do stuff. If it's not playing, we don't really need to do anything. So if it is playing, playback progress, whoops, we need to increase the playback progress by the time that has passed, and we can get that value from the game time instance here. So there's an elapsed game time property here, and there's a property in that called total seconds, but that's actually a double, and a double has a higher precision than a float. Our playback progress property is of type float, so this cannot be implicitly cast to a float, and therefore we need to explicitly do that by using the explicit cast operator like this. So we will get the total number of seconds that have passed within this frame, and increase the playback progress property by this value, and that should be fine. So now let's see. Obviously we need to be able to tell from the outside which one is the current sprite that should be rendered. Yeah, I mean, or what else? Let me see. Yeah, we need a way. Let's go back into this beautifully drawn timeline here. So let's say our animation has been updated a couple times, it has been playing, and it's now at its third frame, so the frame with the index 2. we're now here in the timeline. This is the playback progress. Playback. Beautiful. So we're now here in the timeline, and from the outside of the class, we need to be able to tell. So we do know the playback progress, but we don't know which frame should be drawn now. So we need to be able to tell, to somehow determine which frame should be drawn. So let's do that. Let's go ahead, go in the code, and add a new method. Sprite animation frame.
Where are we now?
And call it get current frame, for example. We could also implement this as a property, but let's implement it as a method. Get current frame. Actually, let's implement it as a property. I think that's actually more.
We already have get frame.
So call it current frame, and it will only have a getter, not a setter, because it's the getter will have logic. So this is doesn't return the value of some field or something. It will actually calculate the return value. And in the getter of this property, we need to check what the current sprite animation frame would be. And let's see. We do have the current playback progress.
The frame needs to have a length.
All of the frames have a timestamp, and by that we should be able to tell which frame is currently active, should be drawn, it should be returned.
Yeah, fine, fair.
So let's say, like I said, let's say we here. In that case, we would need to return the third frame, so the frame with index number 2. And basically, these here are the actual time stamps of the frames. So what we would have to do is first order the frames by their timestamp in an ascending manner. And then, let me just put this in code here. Frames, order by. Order by is an extension method from the link namespace, so we need to add a using directive here, system link. And with order by, we can order the list of frames by a specific property. Let's order them by the timestamp. And this will return a new enumeration that is actually ordered. And then we can, from that enumeration, let's see. Do we actually need to order them? Really what we need to do is find the frame in the list we need to actually what we need to do, this is our playback progress value. We need to return all the frames, or we need to look for all the frames that have a timestamp value that is less than or equal to our playback progress value, and then take the one with the highest timestamp value from that. Right? So in that case,
if we, in our first step, here we have the progress value. In our first step, we would get all of the frames with a timestamp less or equal to this value, which would be these three timestamps. We would return these 3 frames, and then from that collection, we would simply use the one with the highest timestamp value, which would be the 3rd frame, and then we would be good, right? So let's do that. So we don't actually need to order them. Actually, we can put this in a very simple expression. We can just say return frames where, which is also from the link namespace, timestamp less than or equal to playback progress. And from that,
what does this mean? Oh,
get the first one where the timestamp is the highest. But that would cause a problem if there are no frames in the animation. But let's just, for now. Oh no, actually, hold on. Okay. Get all of the frames where the timestamp is less than or equal to the playground progress, then order them by the timestamp. So we were actually correct with that. And then from that, use the last one. But let's make it actually say last or default, because there might not be any frames in this animation. So let's break this up and actually make this, put this into a couple of lines like this. So from the frames, take the ones or query the ones which have a timestamp value less than or equal to
it's like programming Rust.
Progress. Order them by the timestamp in ascending order. So it goes from the lowest value to the highest value. So the highest value would be the last one. And then we just simply use this last or default extension method from link, which returns the last one in the enumeration. So this would then actually return the target frame. And we use last or default instead of last, because last or default, in case there is no element in the collection that doesn't match the predicate, the condition, then it would return the default value for the target type. The target type in this case would be sprite animation frame, and the default value for that would be null. So if there are no frames in this animation, then this would simply return null. Yeah, this should be fine. And this here, I don't know if you're familiar with that. This is a lambda expression, and it's a form of a anonymous method. So the where extension method takes a delegate for its parameter, and a delegate is basically a data type that encapsulates a pointer to one or more methods that match a certain signature. So really what we do here, this is basically a function. It says it puts this is the parameter of the function, and this would be of the type sprite animation frame, and it would evaluate this function basically for each element in the sequence, in the collection. So it would iterate over the frames and use this function to determine if this condition is met. So would pass the first element here, and then evaluate this expression here and say check if the timestamp property of the first element is less than or equal to the progress, and if so, include it in the returned collection, and if not, obviously not include it. And then proceed with to the second element in the collection and do the same thing. And then order them by the timestamp and then get the last one. So this should be fine. We could actually include a draw method here, or we can have the caller or the user, the client of this class, just simply get the current frame and then from there get the current sprite and draw it. Now let's actually implement a draw method that also takes a sprite batch. Which is in a different namespace that we have to reference. So I just added this using directive. And using this sprite batch, we will then simply say, first of all, declare a local variable of type sprite animation frame, call it frame, which would be equal to the current frame. And like I said, this could be null if there are no frames. So, and then we could say if frame does not equal null, then we would do frame sprite draw. And obviously we need a position here. So, like this. So this way, we can simply, when we have an instance of our sprite animation, we can simply call the draw method, pass a sprite batch that should be used for rendering and a position, and then it would automatically look up the current frame that should be drawn, and if there is one, draw it to the screen or to the sprite batch. Yeah, okay, let's see what else. Well, right. Okay, so the playback progress here, it increases indefinitely, so it would just go on forever. But obviously the timeline has a start and an end, right? So in our case, actually, let's complete this here. We only have these timestamp values.
Stop saying such things in my chat.
The length of our animation.
First warning.
So let's say there's only 2 frames. Or actually, let's just go with this example as it is here. So we have 4 frames in the animation.
No, that's okay.
How
That's
would
fine.
we
Don't worry about it.
calculate the length of this animation? This way, it cannot really be
Everybody
done
hates man.
because we only know when the frames start, but we don't know how long a frame will last. So even if we took the highest or the greatest timestamp here, it would only give us the start of the last frame, but we still don't know how long the actual animation is. What we could do to remedy that is to have the user of the class basically pass a dummy frame here, which would not have any length whatsoever. It's just a keyframe that indicates the end of the animation. So that way you would actually have 5 frames, but the last one doesn't really. It's only to indicate the end of the animation. So let's go with that. So what I mean by that is that if we do that, we can determine the length of the animation by simply returning, simply using the highest timestamp value, the greatest timestamp value. So let's do that. Let's keep it simple. Float and say
length or duration. Let's use an expression body here. And it will return actually, let's do it like this. If there are no frames, the duration is obviously 0. If frames count return 0. You could also do if frames not any, like this. Any is another extension method from link. It has 2 overloads. If you don't pass anything, it will simply return true if there are any elements in the collection. And we can negate that to check if the collection is empty. So if frames does not contain any elements, then we simply return 0. Otherwise, we return the highest timestamp value using this max extension method from link as well. So it will iterate over the frames, check the timestamp value, and return the highest, the greatest value. And if we use a dummy keyframe,
that doesn't make sense.
As the 5th frame in this case, this would then actually indicate or determine the actual length, actual duration of the animation.
That means it would skip the last frame.
This is clear. If not, let me know. You can ask questions and add any comments in the comment section, of course. Okay, so let's go ahead. We have a way to...
It doesn't have a duration, it only has a start point. It doesn't have a duration for the frame.
Check if our playback progress...
so the next timestamp is de facto the
higher than the actual
duration, which isn't correct.
Animation. We need to reset it. So let's go ahead. If playback progress is greater than duration, we need to decrease the progress by the duration. So that means, so this is timeline is 2 seconds long. So, but let's say a frame has passed and now we're here, which is, I don't know, 2.1 seconds. And we would simply then subtract the 2 seconds, which is the entire timeline, which would put us back somewhere around here. So that way we would have implemented an infinite loop. And since all of our animations are
this is
actually
extremely boring
and then stop, this would be a fitting solution. So let's go back into Visual Studio. This should actually work. And we can test that. Let's remove this empty line here. I think we're good. Okay. So
did you do anything?
And we can test that. Let's remove this empty line here. I think we're good. Okay. So let's test this, and in order to test this, we need to determine in our sprite sheet here what makes up the animation, the blinking animation. And it seems to consist of only these 2 sprites, obviously. The blinking one is right next to the idle one. So let's go ahead and go into our T-Rex class. And here we can add a new field of type sprite animation. Call it idle animation. Oh. And in our constructor...
Hold on, what did you call it?
And in our constructor,
actually assign a new instance of sprite animation to that field. And then we need to add frames to that sprite animation. The first frame would be what is currently our sprite property here. So this one. So let's actually remove this line. Let's copy this. And remove this line entirely. And here, say idle animation, add frame. Then here, pass a new sprite, which I just copied, so I can just paste it. So here, pass the sprite and the timestamp. And yeah, obviously the first frame would start at 0 seconds, so let's just pass 0. And then add another frame to the animation, add frame, new sprite. Texture is the sprite sheet. X would be this value plus the width. So the starting point here plus the width of the sprite would give us the position of this next sprite. And the Y value would also be 0, so simply pass the same value here. And the width is the same as well, I think. So again, default sprite width and default sprite height. Okay, so now we have an animation with 2 frames. Oh, we need to pass a timestamp, of course. That's the second parameter. Yeah, now we need to know at what timestamp the second frame would be triggered. And let's assume that this animation is played at something like this. So this would then mean this is a 20 FPS animation. But we would also have to add a keyframe to indicate the end of the animation. So let's add another frame, which is completely identical to the first frame, but has a different timestamp, which would be 1 divided by 20 times 2. Should be fine. And then I think we can actually directly say the animation should play. And I'm not sure anymore if we even need this sprite property, since we now have an animation property. Let's remove this for now. Okay, we don't really need it anymore. And here, instead of saying sprite draw, we will say if the state is idle, we say idle animation draw, pass the sprite branch and the position. But what we also need to do is update the animation. So in the update method of our T-Rex class, say if the state equals idle, idle animation dot update and pass the game time. Okay, now we just need to make sure in our T-Rex runner game class here to actually call the update method of the T-Rex so that it is regularly updated. So here we say T-Rex update, pass the game time as well, and there we go. And now here in our draw method we still call the draw method of our T-Rex, and our T-Rex will then in turn check if it is in idle state here, and if so, call the draw method of the idle animation. And in the update method, actually update the idle animation. And I think
it's actually very close to how I'm doing it already.
Let's see. Let's see if we forgot something. Oh yeah, so now it's blinking, but it's blinking rather rapidly. Now why is that? Obviously we said, okay, I didn't think this through. So we can't have our idle animation just play the entire time. I mean, it's correct. It keeps playing, but we don't want the T-Rex to keep blinking. I mean, it does play the animation correct.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing that. There we go. I was setting the property, not the field. And that is completely broken.
But we don't want the sprite animation to keep playing and keep the blink animation to keep playing and keep playing while
Yeah, okay. That's why. Now he's blinking.
the T-Rex is in idle state. So instead, we want to randomly, in random time intervals, play this animation. So let's see. How can we implement this? Let's actually not.
Is
call
he
this
doing this
idle
using
animation because it's somewhat misleading. Let's call it blink animation.
in time?
And I just changed this by using a refactoring tool that Visual Studio provides. I just right-clicked it and said rename, and it will rename all of the references of this field then. So yeah, it's actually working. It just doesn't make sense the way we handle it right now, because we just keep playing this animation over and over, and obviously that causes our T-Rex to blink like he's crazy. So actually in this instance we have an animation
Is
that
this delta
shouldn't
timing?
be looped over and over.
I wonder how you do print line in C#. Console.write line. Time plus game time dot put elapsed total game time dot seconds Where's my console? Come on, bro. Go dot. That is a thing. Gonna be a bigger thing now? I don't know. Maybe. Console dot open standard output. That's fucked. Oh, that seems okay. I think it's a bit clunky though. How about now? Yeah, how about now? Okay, so elapsed time should be delta timing. Hello, Arian. We are following along a little tutorial for Monogame. Where are we? Wait, hold on. What does total milliseconds mean here? Oh, that's in floats? Total. That's in ints. Okay, okay, okay. How was Russ? Not sure. I didn't really get very far. Blink, you fucking bitch! Hmm. Is that the Chrome T-Rex game? Yeah, it is. Could it be 1 divided by that? Not seeing anything. I should just follow the tutorial. I just wanted to figure this out on my own. Let's see here. In here. Time is playback progress. And duration is duration. Printing an infinity symbol. What? What if we just do this again? The duration is 0.1. Whatever, dude. Let's keep watching.
Once. So maybe we do need to implement the ability to have an animation that only plays once. Let's see. Yeah, so this is what happens. We just want to
What the fuck?
have a legend over all of the reference chain. Let's actually not call this idle animation because it's somewhat misleading. Let's call it blink animation. And I just changed this by using a refactoring tool that Visual Studio provides. I just right-clicked it and said rename, and it will rename all of the references of this field then. So yeah, it's actually working. It just doesn't make sense the way we handle it right now, because we just keep playing this animation over and over, and obviously that causes our T-Rex to blink like he's crazy. So actually in this instance we have an animation that shouldn't be looped over and over. We just want to play it once. So maybe we do need to implement the ability to have an animation that only plays once. Let's see. Yeah, so this is what happens when you don't have any script, whatever, no preparation, but that's fine. Let's solve this problem. So first of all, the blink animation should only play once. So that means in our animation class, let's add a property of type bool and call it should loop. And by default, it will be true. And then in our update method here, we need to check here if the playback progress is greater than the duration, that is still correct, and it should loop, then it should be reset. Otherwise, it should simply stop.
This is a bug apparently that he introduces now. He writes that on the video.
And this should be okay. So now, should loop is by default set to true. In this case, we don't want that. So here, in our T-Rex class, in the constructor, here we can say blink animation should loop equals false. And we can even simplify that using the object initializer syntax, which Visual Studio actually suggests here, like this. It's really a matter of taste. Let's go back to this syntax. And yeah, we don't actually want to directly play it. Let's do it as I suggested first. Construct the animation randomly. So let's go ahead and let's implement a new method which will be private. It will not be You cannot call it from the outside. It will return a sprite animation, and let's call it create blink animation. And let's first of all copy all of this code here into this new method. And then instead of hard coding these timestamp values, the first frame obviously will be at timestamp 0 seconds, which is correct. And then the one with the blinking eye will be at a random time stamp. So let's use the random class to generate a random timestamp value. Hold on. Whoops. First of all, create a new field of type random. And in the constructor, actually create a new instance of random. And then we can use this field to generate random values. And then here we could say blink timestamp equals random next double. It will generate a value between 0 and 1. And we can simply multiply that by our maximum value that we want to generate. So first of all, multiply this by 10, the maximum value, and then we need to subtract the minimum value, which we said is 2, and then it doesn't really matter, like this. But this returns a double. Let's actually store this as a double, like this. And obviously these hard-coded values should be constants, but let's keep this for now. Yeah, so what this does, next double returns a value between 0 and 1, like I said, a decimal value. It will then multiply it by 10 minus 2. Or should it be plus? No, that's fine. 10 minus 2, so it will give a value between 0 and 8. And then it will, since 2 is the minimum value, add 2. So that way it would give us a value between 2 and 10. So let's make this into a constant now. We can simply right-click here, say quick actions, introduce constants, or we can say introduce constant for all occurrences, which would be these two. That's fine. And say blink animation random min. And the other one should be blink animation random max. And we can play with these values later, adjust them a little bit, but let's just keep it like this for now. And obviously here we don't have a reference to this local variable sprite sheet from the constructor. And actually it doesn't make sense to create new instances of sprite each time that we create a new animation. We can reuse the same sprites every time we create a new animation. Let's create two fields.
Oh,
One named idle sprite and one named idle blink sprite. Okay. Yeah. So then here in the constructor, we will create these sprites. And for that, we will just, let's copy this entire block for now. Here. And obviously we don't need this. Remove. What did I just do? There. And remove this. And assign this new sprite to idle sprite. And this sprite we will assign to idle blink sprite. Like this. And obviously this needs to be removed. Okay, so now in the constructor, whoops. So now in the constructor we instantiate these two sprites using the sprite sheet that was passed to the constructor, and we store them in a field so we can use them later. And then in our create blink animation method, we will simply here pass the sprite that we just created, idle sprite for the first frame, and for the second frame we will pass the idle blink sprite. And then for the third frame, which is really just the indicator for the end of the animation, we will pass the idle sprite again. We could also pass the idle blink sprite. It doesn't really matter because it's the end of the animation anyway. But yeah, and here instead of passing 1 divided by 20, we will pass the blink timestamp. So the second, and we will of course cast it to a float because that's the type that the method expects. So now instead of hard coding the value, the timestamp for the second frame, we will use a random value between 2 and 10. And here the last frame should really be the blink timestamp plus some time that the blink itself should last for. So let's say the actual the T-Rex should close its eyes for I don't know, 2 seconds maybe, so it's actually visible. 2 seconds may be too long, maybe 1 second here. I don't think we need to define a constant for that. Let's just hard code it here as 1 second. And yeah, and obviously we need to return here the blink animation. Actually, we don't need to return anything. We will just store it in a field. Yeah, this should be fine. So now, if it's an idle state, update the blink animation, and if the blink animation is no longer playing, which will only be the case if it is if it's done, we will call the create blink animation method to create a new one. Let's actually add braces here. Create a new blink animation, which will then play. Let's actually do this first. Like this. Okay, let's see. So in our update method, we first check if the T-Rex is in idle state. If that is true, we will also check if the blink animation is playing. Is not playing. There we go. If it is not playing, we will create a blink animation and send it to and call the play method to make it play, and then update it. And we know that it will, as soon as it finished, since it is not a looping animation, it will no longer be playing. So the isPlay property will return false. And as soon as this is false, it will call the createBlink animation method again and play the animation, update it again. And the timestamp for the second frame will always be completely random. So this should now work. Let's see. Oh, I made a mistake. Oh, right. Of course. There is no blink animation in the first update interval. When the update method is first called, blink animation has not been assigned yet. So we need to assign that. So we need to make sure it has a value once the T-Rex object is constructed. So in the constructor, we simply call the create blink animation method like this. First of all, let's call the play method here as well. So create a blink animation, then play the blink animation, and then the update method will be called. Check if it's idle. If it's not playing, create a new animation and play it, and then update it. It should be fine. Let's go into the animation again. If playback progress. Oh, yeah. Sorry for that. I messed this up. This is really stupid. Okay, so we check if the playback progress is greater than the duration, and it should loop. Then basically subtract the duration to reset it. But in the else branch, we call stop if either of these two conditions is false. So when the animation starts, obviously the playback progress will not be greater than the duration, and this would automatically cause the else branch to be executed, and this will call the stop method. So yeah, it will stop all the time. So that's obviously stupid. So let's add some braces here to the if block here, and then instead here if playback, then here if it should loop.
Thank you, fucking bitch.
And else stop. So obviously it should only stop if the duration of the animation is reached or is
Still not blinking.
exceeded. So yeah, that was pretty dumb, but yeah, you know, it happens.
It's using seconds.
I know it works. The blink time is a little bit too long. It blinks for an entire second, which seems to be too much.
How it blinks.
Yeah, let's actually make the actual blink animation a little bit shorter. So let's go back into the T-Rex class and actually make this here a constant and call it blink animation eye close time or something like that. So the eye will be closed for half a second. That should do. Let's run it again.
Very exciting.
Yeah, that looks better. Okay, perfect. So now animations are working, and yeah, perfect. Okay. Yeah, obviously we need to...
Okay, I think that is all I can handle for now, so we're just gonna stop there. I don't think I'll stream anymore today, but we'll see. Anyway, next time. Thanks for hanging. Bye bye.